Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, first things first, we headed to town. We go to meet the king. I'll do my shopping as we get back here. I will show that guy our fists and our crystals. And I suppose this time we will go and rescue his daughter. Let's go ahead and put on auto dash. We want memory curse, so we want the fastest of message speeds. And we probably do want for Dan. I'm thinking about things. Wood armor would be our best bet here. It's 4 defense, which is not much, but it's something. And that'll last until level 4, at which point you will already be outclassing it. And I'm kind of thinking, is it better just have your bare hands right from the start? It probably is. They better have nothing on these other black belts so that they will take more damage. This one might actually be a little bit tougher for Dan to get past the starting imps. Because the problem we're going to face is going to be this. You have such little defense that Dan might take a bit of a beating here. You know, everyone else taking like absolutely no damage. These imps suck. Hey, Battery LSD, welcome in. Thank you, Rich, for the good wishes there. And 1 hit on Dan. He's in the back, which means it's only a 1 in 8 chance of being targeted. Well, that's a big enough chance that Dan is basically 100% going to get absolutely demolished. Captain Vittles, welcome in. Bill CKD. Hope you're enjoying your weekend here so far. And certainly, while we are waiting for these imps, I will have some thank yous for some people. So thank you very much, Teravan, for resubscribing back for 73 months and for all of the fists. Ochday, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 91 months. Thank you as well for the good wishes there. TP Silvertown, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 73 months. Hope you're having a fabulous time here tonight. M10, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 76 months. And definitely fabulous to have you with us here today. E-tier, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 53 months. There have been rumors about Dan, and they have not been good. Mike ABC, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 63 Dan-tastic months. And if that's not enough Dan, then thank you very much to Cheeros1 for your contribution to the Melmond Relief Fund. After our solo black belt, we are definitely going to need a whole lot of relief. King Booty, welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes there. There's really a lot less damage than I was expecting to take. I don't believe it was this hard for the imps to kill the fighters. But maybe the black belt, because they do have a tiny innate armor bonus. Even at level 1, it's 1 point of defense. Imps with very little damage, losing 1 point is probably like half their damage output. Still fighting the imps. Really auto attack. Nope, we cannot do anything until we have only a solo character. That's why we're using useless items to waste our turns. Meeple's gonna go down. Then there will only be 3. If you missed the solo fighter run, you did Sega Box. It was pretty good. That was last week, going through it in a little bit more than 5 hours. I really thought that was going to take probably 8 to 10 hours overall. But we got very lucky with a whole lot of Mega Elixir drops. I think also a X Potion from a Tiger. Like, we had all of the recovery items basically instantly. And Fighter did not really have any major struggles at any point during the game. The one that was probably toughest was getting ready for taking out Lich. And even that was not too bad. So we'll see if Solo Black Belt does as well here. AC : / Thank you very much for the good wishes there. Rudy goes down and think about running away and then reorganize the party so that we have a bigger separation between Psych and Dan. Front of the party takes way more attacks in the back. And that is going to be really tough to get just Psych down without Dan also dying, if we only have the 2 back at the end. One more ring. Here we go. All right. First thing is just to try it with Dan as is. At 15 health, maybe you could survive this. My back is just chuck a potion at him. That would definitely be enough to get through an imp fight. But now we got, let's see. Normally be 1/2 and 1/8. Those get scaled up a bit. And so we are probably looking at 75% chance of Psych getting attacked here. Which means 100% chance that Dan is going to get a complete bit of destruction. There we go. All right, Dan's ready to fist. Can he beat the imps? Ooh, it's going to be tight. It's going to be really tight. 5 hit points left. This is not looking good for the Danster. Bad turn order. 3 hit points. Hey, Druga CG, welcome in. Business Goose Gaming, Power Moose 666, Vuvits, hope you're all doing well. And I hope that you remembered to bet on Dan. The Black Belt has done it. So, with that, Dan is now level 2. And we are ready to roll. And by rolling, I mean we are ready to punch more imps. We're probably going to want to get a couple levels here with Garland doing so much more damage. Due to our lack of defense, it's going to be a bit tougher to survive more than like 3 or 4 turns. So Dan's going to have to rely on offense instead. And luckily for the Black Belt, offense is kind of what they're good at. Like, I'm pretty certain Fighter was doing maybe like 25, 30 damage and barehanded at level 1. Black Belt's already better than that. It's going to be dramatically different than what like a solo NES Black Belt was like, where you have essentially like 10 or 12 levels of complete helplessness. This is going to be actually quite decent very, very quickly. But one of the things that I believe is changed a bit here is that you don't get as many good, solid stat points guaranteed on the Black Belt compared to NES. And so we might have less strength, which means our base damage is not going to keep up as well. I think Vitality tends to be okay. So even though level-wise, you might be a couple levels higher to get to max HP, you're definitely going to get max HP very, very quickly. And we will presumably see how hard we can punch things. Grey Dog DLX, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 25 months. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes and enjoy the solo Black Belt. For early levels, I want to say it's every even level up for a little bit that we get a guaranteed strong amount of HP. And if you wanted to, you can manipulate out a whole lot of stat gains. And for Black Belt, I don't think it's required. Red Mage, probably not required. But I'm a little bit worried that White Mage, Black Mage, Thief, we're not going to know how much manipulation is required. So that one's going to be a bit of a guess. Once we get there, I might have to be being a lot more speculative about what our overall strategy is. Like on NES, you definitely know you have to manipulate basically every single level up, trying to get optimal stat gains to have a decent time of it. Whereas Fighter, Black Belt, they're fine. Red Mage, kind of fine. Like, you get a little bit of manipulation, you're probably able to do it. But White Mage, Black Mage, Thief all need a lot of help. These couple of ups, it looks like we've increased their base damage by about 50%. We're still at 2 hits, so that's essentially going to go up only every couple levels as you get your accuracy score bonus up, and we will cap out once we hit to 255 accuracy. Which means base stat wise, you should be getting 16 attacks per round, and with fast go to 32. Don't know if I should have attacked with 12. 12 is not a lot of hit points. Suddenly Dan is a lot of nervous. Got 7 left. Doing fine. Need some good dodges. No surprises. And level 4 probably can just take off the leather armor now, so yeah, that's doing nothing but lowering your evasion score. I guess 4 defense, not really a lot. Fighter's going to have 15 defense from the chainmail, so we are going to be quite behind on defense for a while. And Fighter very quickly jumps up from that 15 defense. You get 24 defense from the iron armor. The rest of the iron gear probably adds another 8 to 10 or so. So practically, there's just no hope for the Black Belt to have anywhere close to the Fighter's defense for quite a long time. And at least in the early game, that's going to be probably resulting in a lot more potion usage and a couple of fights where if you get ambushed, it's really, really scary. But for normal battles, I imagine it's not that big of a difference. And for boss fights, those are going to be a large amount of just good luck with turn order. Need to have bosses generally pick a decent set of moves maybe get a miss in early on that's really lucky. Aside from that, at least the first couple of areas should be very similar to the fighters. C4X, welcome in to our Punch Stravaganza. The solo black belt. Getting ready for Garland here. I'm going to try and get one more level up. See how that goes. That's good. 30 XP a pop. We are looking at 104 for the next one. So that is roughly 4 more fights. Should be pretty doable. And at that point, I imagine that we can take 3 hits from Garland almost definitely, and probably can survive 4 hits. Which means that we would have a 5-round fight. A bit if we really wanted to get the stretch with heal potions. As long as the heal potion outdoes Garland by at least a couple of points, it wouldn't take that many to pull out one more attack. And that might be the decisive attack that we need. Not quite certain how good Garland's defense is going to be versus our fists. We are very, very bad against enemies that have high defense early. It's things that have low defense, like these imps, or a couple of enemy types like the wolves. The black belt is just going to walk up and demolish things. So battles that would be kind of bad for a fighter end up being much, much better for the black belt. And kind of vice versa, where the fighter really excels at killing things that have lots of defense but low hit points. I also gotta say, Black Belt Fist sound effect is probably my favorite of the damage sounds. Hey, Tiny Pyramids, welcome in. Just getting prepped up here for Garland. Hopefully one more level should do it. I'll reset if I don't get a strong HP gain here. Even if it's not guaranteed for level up, it's going to be, I believe, 1 in 4 for strong HP gains. So it shouldn't take that long to force it out. And basically that's the whole idea of the manipulations in this run, is that you save right before level up, get bad stat gains. Most of them are going to be 1 in 4 checks. All right, see what we got here. 26 HP, so we got the strong gain. We got 0 stats, though. Probably can do better than that. Let's take another crack at it. See if we can get Dan a slightly better level up here. Got no guaranteed gains, about a 1 in 4 chance of getting absolutely nothing in level up. I would love to have a lot of strength points, as that will help out with our base damage quite a lot. Vitality points help you out with faster HP growth. Black Belt will hit 999, but the higher your vitality, the faster that curve goes, and so the sooner that you get it. Agility and, to a small extent, luck help with evading things, and for the Black Belt, intelligence is 100% possibly not useless. And nothing again. All right, well, we'll just take it. We'll say That's about what you expect for Dan. Hey, Acklerin. Welcome in. Enjoy the solo black belt. Alright, see how we did there. Grab a couple of potions. Probably 5 should do it. And maybe while I'm here, I'll also pick up at least 2 antidotes for emergencies. Well, they should not be required. Okay. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 57 months. Enjoy all of Fantasy Final Fantasy featuring Dan, the solo black belt. And his mission: to punch everything he can get his hands on. That extra entrance right there that you don't normally see, that is one of the bonus dungeons for the GBA version. There's going to be 4 of those locations, 1 for each of the fiends. And they're kind of neat. I would definitely recommend doing them at least once if you have not played this version. Couple of really cool things in them. Final Fantasy 3-4 bosses, along with a ribbon in the Final Fantasy 4 dungeon. The 5 and 6 bosses are in the really, really long ones, and those are also way harder overall. But definitely an excellent challenge. Alright, Dan's all set. Now let's see if Garland is ready to be punched. Ooh, 18 is not a lot of damage. 40s a bit better. We can survive with 40s. Radiant Demon, thank you much for the good wishes, by the way. Liking these numbers now. Got one more hit. And we got an entire hit point to spare. Garland's done. The princess is rescued. This is the first version where most enemy hit points are 2x, so even PlayStation has boosted the bosses, but GBA boosts them more, especially the Fiend refights, and especially Chaos, who has 10x the normal hit points. Regular enemies are unchanged. So it's only the mini bosses and the bosses that have a considerable buff. It also feels like the bosses do more damage, I think because they've just been kind of retuned for what your expected stats are going to be at in the remakes, whereas regular enemies generally have not been. So a lot of the normal fights are very, very easy. As you're going up in levels faster, you're going to have typically a lot of extra safeties like save anywhere. You can buy a 99 potion pack really fast. And so the easy stuff is easier, but the hard stuff is not necessarily nearly as impacted. We should at least go to the inn here. I am a little bit worried that we are not ready for the pirates. That's going to be a very tough fight. And our big problem is that we just take too much damage per pirate hit to be really comfortable. But now that I can get to other locations, I can get to areas that have a little bit better of a experience gain for the stuff that we're doing. So I'm relatively optimistic that we can make this work. Go ahead and max our potions out. Gonna need a lot of those things. We're gonna need to take a little stroll. Dan's at 51 next level up, so pretty close to level. We'll definitely want to get a strong level up for a little while here. I probably should have done that for like level 3 and 5 as well. Having an extra 50 hit points right now would have very much helped with the fire problem. So good information that pretty much every character class that doesn't have chainmail armor at the start probably should just force out a strong HP gain whenever possible. At least for like the first 10 levels. HC Bailey, welcome in. Thank you much for the raid there. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you had a great time watching HC Bailey. And I hope you enjoy our solo black belt run. You might remember the solo fighter from last week. Well, we are back, and this one is going to use no weapons, only fists. Hey, Polygon, welcome in. Just beat Garland, so now we're looking to see, can we beat the pirates? Dang, a level, he did not get a strong HP gain though, so I'm going to reset, try that one again. Should be about a 1 in 4 chance of getting strong HP gains in there. It'd be very, very nice to have those. Dan so far has had pretty mediocre stat gains, which I'm starting to get a little bit worried at. It won't be a problem in the mid game. We can get past probably the Lich, all the way up until pretty much Chaos. You are going to be fine. But that first bit and that last bit, those are the two parts where your stats really, really matter. Singalon, thank you much for resubscribing back for 72 months. Enjoy the shiny new orb. Enjoy the solo black belt challenge. All right, another 4 HP gain. Try that again. What were we expecting from Dan? We were expecting failure. As that is what Dan does best. This was pretty wild. But should be enough XP for a gain. 24, there we go. So we got the strong level up. Agility and stamina as well, which the vitality gain does help out with getting us to 99 faster, but again, we're going to get 999 on this black belt. It's not even going to be close. Agility helps us out with evasion. That's going to be probably pretty important for most of the game. You are under geared in terms of defense compared to the fighter, but if you can dodge some attacks, that might make up the difference. Fighter's losing a fair bit of evasion thanks to all of their heavy equipment. If Dan fails to fail, I mean, there are times where you would expect the failure rate in excess of 123%, and somehow, despite all the odds, Dan screws up so hard that he actually wins. Those are the times that you never expect. Most of the time, though, he does fail. Usually in quite embarrassing ways. Elmer 12, welcome in. This version's slot-based. I believe it is percentage-based for the natural defense loss. We should be able to use the ribbon. For the most part, like once you've got Opal Bracelet, throwing and so on, you're kind of already maxing out the potential that you're going to have for most of your stat gains overall. So we'll see exactly what we need to have for late game, but I think generally you are going to be wanting to be no gear up until at least ribbons come out. After that, don't know. Not that much. I don't know if we want to fight these creeps. They hit hard. So very creepy. Troops are like a third of an ogre worth of experience at roughly half the difficulty. Right now that actually kind of works because we don't do enough damage to one-shot an ogre, but we can one-shot a creep. Later on when we can one-shot both, then creeps become relatively less good to fight. And you just want to have the ogres and grogers, which we will try and get near Elfland. I did not get a strong gain, so let's try that again. Still looking for strong gains all the time. I do wish I'd gotten those on the early levels now, but this is mostly just a temporary thing while we were trying to take down the pirates. Pirates are gonna need us a lot of health to make this work out. Shinobi, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 88 months. That is, in fact, almost 1/10 of one agamometric year. We've been having a wonderful time. Another 4 HP gain. If you're not getting a strong level up, then your HP gain is entirely determined based on your vitality score. So we'll always see a 4 right now, and it will slowly bump up as you get more vitality. Every 4 points of vitality gets you an extra 1 bonus on these level ups that are not strong. There's 4 there. Grengath, welcome in. What are the difference between solo black belt and GBA versus other platforms? Well, the GBA version buffs the black belt's offense quite a lot in the early game. So on NES, you'd be fighting imps for like 4 hours before you would be taking on Garland, and probably like 6 or 7 hours before you'd fight the pirates. It would be a pretty miserable experience. But for GBA, you could jumping right out of the gate, you are doing enough damage to easily one-shot imps. We got Garland down without too much trouble. Couple level ups just to have enough health to survive some hits. But the real changes, I think, are going to be that the black belt has way less utility with using items. So once we start getting the magic items like the Zeus Gauntlet, because the intelligence score is now in effect, you're going to pretty much suck at those. Whereas on NES, you could use the Lit 2s and Fire 2s very, very effectively. So mid-game wise, we're going to be probably not doing a lot of the larger group fights, and so just relying on finding a really good solo battle. Maybe it's going to be the Eye. Maybe it's going to be the Agamas, but we'll try and get something that the black belt can very quickly mow down and get nearly all of our levels that way. Another 4, come on, Dan. You can get this strong level up. I almost believe in you. Maybe not a little bit. And definitely not a lot. But some. Definitely some. Yeah, it's a lot of horses. But they're very, very mad. Both is looking for different setups, different encounters, so that when it comes time to roll our stat gains, we have, hopefully, not the same RNG values as we had before. And that way we can one day get this strong HP gain in here. With a 1 in 4 chance, I imagine it's going to be hopefully no more than like 6 to 8 tries. That's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is basically the black belt's big weakness, which is why the pirates are going to be such a problem. For fighter, no big deal. Just walk up there, they're doing like 1 damage a hit. You can survive end rounds versus the pirates. And you're going to just mow them down one by one. Red Mage is the same because the Red Mage gets the chainmail armor, which is at 15 defense, about equal to the pirates' base attack value. But everybody else, is going to really, really struggle through it. I mean, we're struggling through with imps. As you can definitely see, that black belt has some mild disadvantages. We really need to win, but I kind of doubt it. Solo ogre we could do. Double ogre, it's all ogre at that point. That looks like the exact same fight. So there is a bit of a manipulation in terms of frame-based RNG that you can do in this game. Like the amount of frames that you have loading in files, you will sometimes notice if you're really, really consistent that you're going to get identical battles. And that can be used for things like manipulating out wizard fights. It has not really been super well mapped out. Like only one person I think has done manipulated GBA runs, and it's just such a miserable experience that nobody else wants to do it. But it's kind of killed the GBA speedrunning. Oh, creeps are killing Dan here. Get that hit in. Get that level up. Give me a big one. You got 4. Try again. Problem of taking the small gains is that with each level up, it's getting slower and slower to get enough experience to get the next one. So if you go too long, well, you will eventually get your big HP levels. There's the 29. That's what we want. It'll just be so much more work to get it. PvP with the pirate fights to be like just getting nibbled away for a ton of damage at each round. That's where we're gonna need a lot of health. And probably a bit of luck. You need to have a couple rounds where you go before the pirate that you're targeting so that you cut out one attack, a couple of dodges, and you need to get to a point where you can stabilize where even if you're still taking a bit of damage, it is less than the recovery of a heal potion that you will hopefully be able to recharge during the fight. Our next level, that's at 144. So a couple battles to get there. Doesn't seem too bad. Duel very, very quickly at the beginning of this game. I don't know why you have to pay for 4 black bows. We've only got 1. Those are just Dan's extra copies. Is good about these wolf fights. It's a slow battle. You're taking a lot of damage. So you're just having to heal up every time. I guess the experience is decent, though. At least early on when you have not a lot of fights that are going to be good. But that's what take we can get. 13th level up, and it's a small one. That is true. Dan probably does have a lot of room damage charges. It is a problem. That's also a problem. That is a little bit more than I want to fight. Good to be out of the imp zone. Like, you're at least getting reasonable amounts of experience for a lot of the enemy types. But some of the battles over here are kind of stacked. All right, 126 will put us really, really close. So now anything is going to be a level up. What we want is something that gives us another strong one. This one isn't even level up. No, this is an odd one come up. So I'm not expecting a guaranteed one here. But who knows? Maybe black belt is a weird pattern for level up gains. It's usually on the even levels, but that was a small one. I think we can safely say that this is not a guaranteed one. Also, a little bit north of the town, we have the advantage of having a slightly easier enemy set. Although we still have some very bulky encounters up here. See if second try was good. Nope, still a 4. Planning on doing a little manipulation, at least for a little while after seeing how quickly Dan was kind of falling behind on hit points. Don't know if it's going to be really required, but it's at least prudent that we're not going to be getting stuck in a couple hours. Like I said, for some of the other character classes, White Mage, Black Mage, Thief, it's definitely going to be required. And it might be a little bit tougher as well, because in addition to the HP gains, I expect you're going to have to probably target specific stats. The good news is you probably don't need to max Vitality, as the off-level gains are going to be proportionally small. But you are probably going to want to have your strength and agility scores at least, maybe also luck super high. And for mages, you also want intelligence. Dan just wants some hit points. Dan is not getting them. Hey, Shane Zell. Hope you have a good time this weekend. We just got our solo black belt started quite recently. Let's see if we can get ready for some pirates. There. I didn't manipulate the first couple levels, so I am probably down 50 hit points compared to where I could be, and this is a sudden realization that is maybe a bad thing for the pirate fight. The damage is fantastic, but with pirates that doesn't help. Looking for strength? No, we are looking for HP. So Dan gets 4. That means we reset and try again. No, we don't need to reset. We're going to be, if anything, just going to a higher level than I would otherwise be. It's not like I have to have strong HP gains for all 99 levels. We would have maxed out by like level 35. We got a strong HP gain every single time. So it is kind of ridiculous how quickly the black belt is going to kind of become irrelevant for some of those things. But at the same time, it is also early game kind of important. We need 32 turns to punch Chaos. At 32 fists per round, I would say Chaos probably dies pretty fast. You're gonna need a couple turns to buff up your defenses. A couple turns to power glove up your offense a little bit higher. There we go, got the 29 and a vitality gain. We'll take it. And let's see if we can take on the pirates. I'm gonna give it a couple tries. If we get blown out like every single time, then we will grind out another probably 2 levels. Let's enjoy watching these pirates get punched. Also watch Dan get punched, because Dan's gonna get punched a lot. Alright, he lost the coin flip there. Every miss is gonna help us out a tremendous amount. I'm going to say at 34 for that round, we're in pretty good shape. That is a level at which we can out-heal these pirates pretty easily. And we have a big enough buffer that I can take 2 or 3 rounds before needing to start healing. Because we can have a couple of pirates done on top of that. And we're getting some good misses. Yeah, this one is no problem. I was worried the pirates would be doing more like 10 damage. And I guess because we got a couple extra level ups on Dan, our base armor score is going up pretty fast. So worst case scenario, I guess, would have been like level 15. Then you have the same defense as chainmail armor. And then you would be absolutely no danger whatsoever. So for black belt, manipulation likely wasn't required. Red mage is going to have chainmail armor. White mage, black mage, thief, though. Those are going to need it. Because they're not going to get any armor gains at all. 1 point from the cloth armor, 1 point from the cap, 1 point from the gloves. That's it. And that's 1 point. We are going to get, for defeating Bicky, a fabulous reward of a boat. It's a pretty nice boat. Alright, at this point, what does Dan need? Levels. Dan needs lots and lots of levels. He's going to have to beat the wonderful, incredible wizards of the Marsh Cave. And even with 2 wizards, you're going to take a bit of damage, but now is where Dan's big attack score is going to be really, really nice. Because if you can one-shot the wizards, it's going to go really, really fast. It's 113, so we can get another level up here without too much trouble. Yeah, Thief will have the plain cap, but you can't use the wooden helmet. HP. So our vitality score went up by a multiple of 4. Means we now get an extra point of vitality for every, or extra point of HP for every single level up. But we'd like to have a big one. Because we're so close, we might as well do it. And after this, I will probably care a lot less about the strong HP gains. Just a couple of them forced out here is going to push me about 100 HP over what we would normally be at, which is, at this point, a very massive advantage. And we should be able to coast on that up until the black belt starts getting kind of ridiculous. There are magic defense growth of 4 before class change. So magic defense is totally reworked in the GBA version. Black belt is going to suffer a lot because we will get bad magic defense growth. And since we're not class changing, it's actually a downside. Another 5. Magic defense actually got kind of overhauled for all the character classes as part of the overall magic changes. So intelligence is different, magic defense is different, like the whole system has been kind of reworked. But couple that with the fact that you no longer have the critical chance of bypassing elemental immunities, it's not as bad once you have the ribbon on, because then you're going to be basically safe from all of the normal stuff. And it's only the really oddball ones that are going to be a problem. Another 5. It goes from 1.25 to 2. It's probably around there. I wanted to say it doubled, but I'm not totally certain. Way to get all the good level up bonuses. Now we're just going to go for hit points for a little bit here. If you really wanted to manipulate a lot of stuff, it is quite painful. Because you're talking about a game where instead of a lot of guaranteed stat gains, it's like everything's a 1 in 4. So if you have 3 or 4 stats you're trying to go for, and you're trying to go for vitality or hit points, your odds of success are going to be, a couple hundred resets per level up. And when you're talking about 99 levels, that is a lot of time spent grinding these out. It probably will not be required for any character class. Some of them might need like 2 stats for level ups, and those are going to be already pretty grueling. But I wouldn't really go beyond like 2 stats. I mean, Dan's doing badly enough with just getting 1 stat. But the prospects of having, like, everything going your way would seem to be quite daunting. There we go, we got 30, and a luck point. Alright, so I can get the $1,000 out of the dwarf cave. We should be able to one-shot wizards here, at least some of the time, once we get another 2 or 3 levels. And if you just reroll until you get 2 wizards, you are going to be totally fine in that fight. Astos is going to be interesting. That's where I think your base damage is going to be really, really challenged. But I don't know. And so normally what I would do for these is basically level up until you're going to be able to beat Astos. Then do the wizards. And that way you have the easiest time going through Marsh Cave since you got all the extra level ups. Because I don't know what Astos is going to be like. I think the strategy is going to instead be kind of rush to Astos. So try to do Marsh Cave as low level as possible. And then we can kind of get a good indicator of, do we need 5 level ups? Do we need 10? Do we need 50? We definitely do need to welcome in Duncan here. Here's the good wishes there, Duncan here. Enjoy the solo black belt. That's a pretty good amount of HP. able to tank a lot of this stuff. Yeah, Black Mage is pretty tough for stat gains. Your guaranteed level is Intelligence on every single game, which on NES is completely useless. And so basically you are manipulating out HP for the strong gains every couple of levels. And in between Strength, Agility, Vitality, Luck, you want to have like all four. $172 is more than I want to do on Imps. You're like 30 away. Doing Imp fight can be a nice and fast way to roll those level ups. These bigger mounts are going to start having to do the chunkier monsters. Believe me, as the Black Bolt gets a tiny bit stronger, you're going to make monster chunks fly. Keep trying, Dan. Good news, I don't manipulate the HP gains for that much longer. Bad news is at that point we'll probably find out that there was some other stat that I was supposed to be manipulating instead. I feel like in general the Black Bolt has really, really poor stat gains compared to NES. That might be the trade-off for having the Black Bolt be quite a lot better at the very start. The growth curve gets impacted. Because the NES Black Bolt has very good, strong gains for quite a while. It actually takes a fair bit for your vitality bonuses to kick in. Once those do, then your HP gains become incredible. But even along the way, your strength's going up very fast. It's not quite as fast as a fighter, but extremely good. And I want to say your accuracy is going up decently as well. And got another 5 HP level. Yeah, Black Mage will hit 400 hit points, usually in the low 40s. We know this because 400 is the magic number for not getting one-shot by nukes, so that's kind of significant. And when you're finishing the game at like level 32 for the extra Black Bolt attack or 35 for the extra fighter attack, the Black Mage is usually a little bit short. Coming in like 320 to 360. There we go. Dan got the gain. Agility and stamina, so agility and vitality point there. Money here. The doors haven't, over the last couple of years, managed to obtain through vast amounts of insurance fraud. 317, so we're not in danger of a level up on most of the battles that we're likely to see. But after this level, I believe I could take a little bit of a break from the manipulations. Stay down at Elfland. Probably better fights around here. You have fewer of the big, chunky battles with like 8 monsters. More fights that are going to be either these smaller groups, which is still kind of annoying, or things like ogres. You might be able to take Groger at this point. I think it would be pretty reasonable to say that if we have any chance versus the wizards, then Groger shouldn't be that bad. So probably the largest fights could maybe put you into a range where you would be getting a little up here, but it's probably 2. The good news is we don't need to buy stuff for the black belt. No weapons, no armor, no spells, so it's just going to be lots and lots of items. And I mean lots and lots of heal potions. Let's start there with some cure potions as well. I don't really need tents or anything, so keep loading up. By this, Dana's going to have a very serious drinking problem. To go over here, this is the far eastern edge of a different zone. We'll have a slightly better group of enemies. This is equivalent to the zone that is further south of Provoca, down where you start getting the Groger fights. The one around Elfland is kind of alright, but mainly you're going to have a little bit of a better time getting ogres out here, and the occasional bit of undead. Hey, nice. A potion drop. 1 free potion. 149 to go. JB31842. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 27 months. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Polara247, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes. And I'm having a good time with our solo black belt here. We are currently prepping for the Marsh Cave trip. Trying to get as much HP as we can by manipulating these stat gains. That should be enough to get past the wizards. I don't know what it's going to take to get past Astos. So that is where the mystery starts. 30 HP, so we got the strong one, we got strength, agility, intelligence. Not a bad one. Alright, so we're at 267, which is phenomenally good for this part of the game. Normally in the Marsh Cave, you'd be looking at like 125, 150 hit points. This is just off the charts for what a typical character would be at. And that's because we're just getting all the big HP gains done up front, which is gonna not bite us later. It's just, we're gonna not get the gains that we would have later on. Because once we hit 999, then you're kind of wasting all the remaining hit points. For this black belt, we're gonna be wasting a whole lot. 54 heal potions is probably fine. Let's try the Marsh Cave. Fighter would probably go in there more like, I think it was 15 or 16 that we did it. And and that we were kind of lined up with being good for Astos on the way out. But again, I feel very confident versus the Wizards and not at all versus Astos for what it's going to take to win. Because Astos has potentially enough physical defense that our Black Bolt is going to really struggle. At this point, we're still not even one-shotting ogres consistently. Got 100 health, so my magic number is, do I see triple digits or not? And ogre is going to be a little bit easier than Groger. Let's get over these mountains. We're not going to see these ogre fights anymore. I guess if it's here, it's fine. It's a little bit further south. But if I want to get one more level before going in, then we're going to be trying to farm something friendly. We're like 391. I actually need to get probably 2 decent fights. Yeah, we'll see what we can do versus Wizards. Let's go in, give it a try. Marsh Cave has got a lower encounter rate on this version, which is very helpful because most of the game has got a very, very high encounter rate. And as a result, it is quite painful for dungeons, even with saving anywhere, because you have to save so frequently. And even then, you're going to get a bunch of battles going through floors. But Marsh Cave and Waterfall, for some reason, have a actually good encounter rate. They also have a direct portal to the Bone Zone, which is not nearly as good. If you get boned as a solo character, you are very boned indeed. Okay, gargoyles we cannot one-shot. That's probably bad news. That means it's almost definitely going to be 2 hits per wizard. If we get 2 wizards, then we expect to take at least 3, if not 4 hits. So we would need to be taking somewhere in the 60 to 80 range to be safe. Does that sound reasonable? It doesn't sound that bad. I can imagine that while wizards might get a really big crit for 100 plus, they're doing 60. That's survivable, assuming that we do actually do enough damage to 2-shot them, which I guess that is not yet confirmed. I should probably almost certainly bank on having 4 hits because Dan is incredibly slow. And that means everything is going to go before him. That was the exact same fight. Try a different number of frames here at the start. Obviously, you don't need Phoenix Downs. Don't even really need houses, but these sell for a fair bit of money, so I'm grabbing them while I'm here. And then I'm going to be doing this. All right, let's see how much damage we take. 54, that's actually respectable. 68, that's not bad. 82, that's a little bit high. And 70, so average there was about 65, 70. So we got a shot. We can do enough here. It is too roundable. Problem is, gonna need a very good turn order. So get 2 wizards and a lucky hit, maybe? First of all, let's see what we can get with, like, just mashing through this for a number of wizards. Alright, 2 wizards is good. We probably need a very, very lucky first wizard. If we can one round the first wizard, then life is good. Otherwise, life is going to involve a lot of pain. What the odds of critically that wizard is. Definitely cannot do 3. I would say, looking at these numbers, if I got 3 manipulated levels, that's another 90 or so hit points. That gives me an extra round I can use, maybe 2. That would definitely be enough. Okay, a 2 wizard fight is mandatory. And then right now it seems like 2 wizards and we would need a crit in round 1, which is tough. So you may get very welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes. Enjoy our solo black belt challenge. It is going to be a pretty big challenge beating these wizards. And right now just doing a couple of test runs to see are we even in the ballpark. It looks like we are probably a couple levels short. A nice balance of punches and kicks. I can get you at least half of those. I can probably get 491 experience points here to get another level up. Maybe not against these things, but there's probably something here we can fight. Maybe mucks? We can do gargoyles, just a lot of hits, and so we take a good bit of damage. Scorpion's probably sketchy. That first strike does help. This might actually be too much experience. I wonder if this puts me over the level up already. Oh yeah, 900. Well, he got the stronger gain, so we'll take it. Vitality is +1. This is kind of at the low end of what the strong gain was, but I think that's fine. But want these items just walking around, we're getting some experience. Why did I check for the next level up? Well, it'll be a surprise. $87. All right, so we are right on the threshold of another level up. This is great. We'll get 50 extra hit points compared to what we had before. That's probably pretty close to taking one more hit in the battle for the wizards. Now I might not need a critical on round 1 with a 2-wizard fight. But I need a strong gain, so we're going to try again. $25 extra would not be enough. We were very short of taking extra hit. Another thing that would really help would be another pair of attacks, but I think we're fairly far away from that. Let's see our numbers here. 54 accuracy. Yeah, we got a little bit of time to go. 64 is when we get the next 2 hits. So at that point, you get a very, very massive boost. No, certainly Scorpion's not survivable. I think we got very lucky with that first Scorpion fight. And also lucky that it didn't get me a level up. Back down we go. Punch the crawl, it's a chance. Nope. If you get hit by the crawl, there is no chance. I think it's so many attacks, and stun touches, as a result, basically guaranteed to proc on it. It's gonna be a long, long time before a crawl would be safe for a solo character to fight. Gargoyles, I am surprised, are still this challenging. I mean, they're pretty beefy. But I didn't think that they were, like, up there with wizards. Yeah, that 120 is more than I was expecting. And that 5, unfortunately, is what we are expecting for a lot of these HP gains. 2 tries so far. The sad thing is when we finally claw our way up to just barely beating 2 wizards, then we immediately go and get destroyed by Astos. And the process starts all over again. After Astos, though, then it becomes mostly how quickly can you get enough damage to beat Lich. You're going to be doing pretty good for hit points and maybe even okay for attacks per round by that point. But Lich is going to need a lot of punching. And it's not going to be a thing where you kind of are close and you inch up there. It's going to probably be, for a lot of things that Black Bolt has to deal with, basically impossible. And then very quickly, it goes from impossible to just barely doable. And then from there to very easy within the span of a couple levels. So it's really tough to predict sometimes, like, are you ready or not? That looks impossible until suddenly it's easy. Alright, that's the exact same numbers I had before. So we stir up the RNG. Do we get something different? Nope, still 5. I can recognize some of the fights where it's like, alright, it was exactly that much damage the last time through there, which means that I would get the exact same stat gains. But by letting it go for a couple extra frames, it should eventually give me something new. Welcome into the Punch festivities. Trying to get Dan past the wizards. I'm looking to get one more manipulated HP gain here right now. But I should have enough to survive against a 2-wizard fight. You get in combat RNG loops. I don't think you really see the loops as easily as you do because you don't have the same simplistic random number generator that the NES does. The reason NES has loops is because there is only 256 states the random number generator can be in. And so as a result, if it uses up a multiple of 256 numbers, which can happen because, one, if you have a bunch of dead characters, the enemies have to re-roll their turns because they picked something that was invalid. Or another thing that NES that uses up a lot of random numbers is that the little dust clouds that appear, change the number of random numbers generated. But on this version, it's mostly about certain number of frames, you're going to see the same results. And so those are where you've got to mix up things in a different way. We are seeing a lot of similar ones here. Yeah, but when you attack an enemy, it'll have a bunch of dust clouds around you. And that is randomly determined. So as it does that, a whole bunch of random numbers get consumed in order to make those. Yeah, battle results, Shanezel, I think, are not going to be altered by frames, but I want to say that frames before starting are going to be what give you different battles. And I believe that frames at the end is going to give you different stat gains. I'm not certain about that, though. But so far, we will see how it takes. Scorpion fight. Did one fight with a good HP roll at the end. Is it this one? Nope. It was not. Really wish there were fewer of these crawl fights. Those are just complete junk here. Unfortunately, get very unusable. A lot of the scum fights are unusable because they just have so much defense that Black Belt is not going to be able to do enough damage. I think this is the same gargoyle fight, yeah. Seen this one before. I think the last time we had agility for the stacking, so that seems like it's a different stat result, even though the battle was the same. Research Agamas on the GBA version. We are at old times researching the wonderful creature known as the Agama. One day. But we will never know enough. Someday, we might know more. Like someday we might beat a crawl. Maybe not right now, but someday. I'll try the gargoyle fight again. This should be a 70. We'll see if it's the same stack gains at the end with waiting beforehand or not. The 5 HP is hard to tell because that's going to be a very common result. But the particular pattern of other stats you get. I think it was strength and stamina? Strength and luck. That might be the same. Ooh, targeting in a different order. That's a good idea. So if they are attacking in the same order, then you would have at least a different sequence of actions. There's all that. If we could not kill the scums, you would need a critical hit to have any chance of doing damage to the scum, which is kind of rough. Triple max. Do we run amok with our HP gain? Do we get it here? Nope. It's the same level of strength and luck. Strength and luck might be guaranteed here, because if that is even a slightly different setup for it, it'd be pretty tough to get the 1 and 4s to be the same. Nope, we're just gonna get this right. We can't really do that scorpion fight, even with the preemptive. We just tried a 3 scorpion fight. The big problem with those is that if they get their multiple attacks off, because Blackblood's armor is not particularly good, then they're doing enough damage that you're just not going to survive with 4 of them. It was probably new, but it definitely did not work. Alright, so we were looking for the double gargoyle fight. That'd be the easiest one to hopefully disrupt the current pattern it's got. Double scum seems new. And we get small gains. Just luck. Okay, so strength is not guaranteed. But we've seen luck pretty much on every single one. So luck might be guaranteed. I don't think that changed the order. I would have to probably punch them separately. Maybe that might be slightly different. Same strength luck. This would be killing that one. We killed the next one in the next round, so we are going to go and drink a potion here. And we'll get something new. Try punching it now. See what happens. It's definitely a damage number that we haven't had before. And it's still 5. All right, that was Vitality luck. Getting very convinced that luck is guaranteed. I like the gargoyle fight compared to most of the other ones. It's at least a very doable battle here. But luck's not that bad. Potion. Let's see what this does. Still 5. Strength, stamina, luck. All right, well, at least you got good stack gains. I can tell it's already going to be a wild time doing the softer character classes up to this point. All right, I don't think we've seen solo muck with a preemptor before. This is new. It's still 5. I'm starting to suspect it might not actually be a 1 in 4 chance. Feels like it's a lot worse. So 2 potions. Potion and defend. I guess 2 potions is probably the better way of doing it. Potions are very expensive. And it's not like that helped. Still 5 vitality luck. Yeah, 1 in 8 sounds more reasonable compared to what I'm saying here. I'm getting the strong HP gains up until now, probably a bit more frequently than that, but definitely feels like the odds of the stat points are pretty low. If they're not guaranteed, then you are getting only a very, very small number of stats. I guess that makes sense with going to level 99. You would be otherwise just kind of maxing everything out very easily. Whereas this makes it so it's still a fair bit of a challenge to get really good stat gains. There we go, 26 and luck, which was the guaranteed one. This. If we can get 2 wizards, now we got a chance. We do a little bit more damage, so our odds of one-shotting have gone up a smidge. We have an extra hit worth of HP. We're not as dependent on having good turnover on one of the rounds. Right, that's 3 going right in there. A little bit of time. There we go, 2 wizards. Can we do this? I think we can. Good start. Still not one-shotting, but yeah, probably 10 points higher. I don't like that double hit. Should still be able to win, though. Even if Wizard goes first both rounds. Ooh, 79's a lot. All right. Damn. Definitely put it right on the edge. And that puts the crown in our hands. Whew. Okay. Crown picked up. I would definitely expect that Astos is going to be still quite difficult. So let's see if we can get out here. Get 1 more strong HP gain on the way out. We're one battle away from another level. That's the part that is weird for me, is that levels are just so fast that just got one even small wizard fight, and it's a full level up for a solo character. This also really surprised me when I was doing the grind to 99 with the solo fighter, was that it was like a minute per level up. I was thinking it was going to be a lot longer. That's probably a lot of the difference between guessing it'd be like 8 to 10 hours and finishing in 5 hours, was because Blighter maxed out levels in no time. I'll go for maximum intelligence and luck. Yeah, that sounds really horrible. Luckily, I do not think that that will be required for any of the character classes. Vitality should be pretty good. Means your hit points are going to be fine for everybody. Your MP is going to be fine for everybody. So those don't really need as much manipulation once you get out of the very early game. And because you've got the Power Glove, you're no longer as beholden to having just absolutely perfect strength on, you know, a Thief or a White Mage or Black Mage. It's nice because it cuts the number of rounds in the fight down by a little bit. And every 2 rounds of buffing is a 3rd round that has to be Mega Elixired out of it. So it does kind of stack up after a while. Wolf and Josh, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 57 months. Hope you're enjoying your weekend, and enjoy watching Dan get very, very punched. And solo Muck. Agility, Stamina. I think we had seen that one before. Do I get solo Muck or triple Muck? I want a potion. You know, maybe this point you don't even have to do it in the Marsh Cave. You're close enough that outside is going to have perfectly fine fights. At level 15, we'll just see what we're doing versus Astos, whether we get even 1/10 of the way through the fight. I imagine that with good rolls on the beginning, you can probably kind of stumble your way at least halfway through it. You avoid the rub. You don't get slowed. You at least have a couple of rounds, because you can definitely tank the Fire 2 and Lick 2. That you go all the way through Astos' spell cycle, and then you see, is it even kind of possibly close? Well, I see that we are still at 5, and it looks like Agility and Stamina are both guaranteed. There we go. That was definitely not a good fight. Yeah, that's why. Solo character is basically insta-killed by stun touch. It's not that a single stun touch is going to end you, it's that if you're against a group of enemies, the odds of getting out of stun touch and then not getting re-stunned, because they all get to attack, extremely low, so the cycle just is infinite. Not even a Black Bolt can punch their way out of that. Another 5. Should probably check the small stack gains. It's useful to see those because then you can see occasionally that there is or is not a discrepancy in the small stats. And that'll tell you whether or not you are doing something different there. So we had, say, 78 at the end last time with the Grimps. I think on the last 2 hits. $86, that seems different. Nope. 78 the last one. Alright, so this should be the same as the other one. 5 agility, stamina. Okay, so those seem fixed. I was not expecting to have to keep doing HP gain manipulations, but given the challenge we had on the Wizards, I feel like it's going to be prudent to have probably close to like 500 health for Lich. There'll be a lot more spells that we can withstand. Alright, it's only 1. Might be able to snap out of this. Oh, the ogres. Is it all ogre for them? Oh, we get just a little bit further to the east. And probably see a lot more of them. I'll see this again. So this one, 83, I think it was in the second to last. And the 78 for the last one. Is this any different? 88. Alright, just in case I'm going to push it anyway. Make sure we get something we haven't seen before. Four for the last hit, and it is a small gain. But bonus luck. And that would be new. Grimp Fight's probably fine. That one's at least interesting to reroll. I wonder if there's 2 Grimp Fights? I feel like the numbers are slightly different. Definitely didn't have it at 86 before. I'll push it again. 112 into a small gain, agility, stamina. No luck point. Alright, so we have 2 different Grim Fights around here. We've had at least some minor interesting success. Alright, Ogre Creep is new. At this point, we were probably going to be more like to one-shot the Ogres than before. Yes, turn on. No. Nope. We did not. I think by comparison, though, this is probably about when NES Black Belt is fighting Garland. And another couple levels before NES Black Belt is fighting Bicky. So you're definitely still doing a lot better. The thing with NES Black Belt, though, is that while it takes a really long time to get past Bicky, it feels like you're kind of on cruise control almost immediately afterwards. Maybe not quite, like it's still a little bit of rough stuff getting through Marsh Cave because of the paralysis issues, and similar with Ice Cave. But you don't really worry about the damage all that much. Whereas here, damage is still at least a mild concern. Definitely new. Must have made 104. And now we got an intelligence point, which is not very helpful. The wolf is brand new. We're gonna headbutt for intelligence. I mean, Dan really can't be affording to lose any of those intelligence points. It's dire enough as it is. Did we get on a new roll? Nope. We did not. So did we just get really lucky those first couple ones? Didn't take that long for a lot of the ones we were grinding up for the pirates. But now we're definitely feeling the HP gains being a slog. Level 78's on the arachnids. All level up. We'll get this way out of the way before Astos, so that we have that little bit of extra buffer. 350 would be, I believe, enough that we would be able to tank like 2 sets of spells. So you'd be really lucky to get through all of the insta-kills and slow spells by then. Because you've got slow 1, you got slow 2 as well, so there's 2 slows per spell cycle. Yeah, the challenge with the 1-8 is also that trying to remember all the enemy formations that we've seen makes it way harder to get, like, clean tries at it. Because I need to have not just the 1-8 chance, but also getting different setups that we're having a new roll at it. We got this ogre fight, we got this arachnid fight we saw before. So there's 1 potion. And that is not right. Manipulating RNG, or is Dan just really thirsty? A little bit both. Asp is 2. And Asp is, unfortunately, not what we need. What I'm doing with the potion is just getting an extra round of combat. The potion is not doing an RNG roll, unlike NES where battles have a random factor for potions. Potions are always 50. But here it gets me the opportunity to at least see something different overall. This time I'll kill the ogre first. And that will definitely be different. I definitely say that NES, it's easier to get for a small number of situations, new RNG states. But it's really hard in NES to get new RNG states after a while because there's just so few of them. So not every predecessor state can trigger the end of the fights, because if you have a round where you miss, that's not going to be able to give you a new state. So you might not even be able to get all 256 possible values for the start of those. But you can at least sample like 15 or 20 really fast. And if you only need luck in the range of like a 1 in 4 or a 1 in 8, that's usually sufficient. The ones that are difficult are when you need to start getting like the 1 in 64s. Okay, this is different. Don't remember solo creep here. But I remember 5 HP. At this point we've seen solo ogre, ogre with creep, ogre with 2 creeps, ogre with 3 creeps, 2 arachnids, and an asp. Wolves, I don't think we've seen yet. So here's another new one. We're also seeing Dan's damage steadily climbing here. I'm hoping it's a good sign that Astos are going to be doing some positive numbers and not just a whole bunch of twos. Five. So I want the intelligence in the middle. I don't know if those are the same every time. There's more than one state that we're at that gives me the intelligence point. Would be really rude because we're not getting the strong HPs. Alright, so this time we'll do Ogre first. Still small. And that's for the higher HP roll. I think it's no worse than a 1 in 8. The problem with a 1 in 8 is that it could be a lot more than 8 tries to get it. Last time we had the Gerwolf, means that wolves by themselves is still new. We're studying just brand new fights that we haven't seen at all before. And still getting 5s. This one I feel is probably less critical because we don't have the immediate need that we did with the wizards to take 1 extra hit worth of damage. Maybe Intimate. Yep, we're still looking for strong HP gains. I needed them for wizards to survive 1 extra hit. For Astos, this is still pretty speculative. This is why I think that if I just took a small here, it's probably not a big deal. But it ends up being the case that I need to have a whole bunch more levels to beat Astos than that's a whole bunch more opportunities to get the big gains. If I don't need levels, then at worst you're deferring Astos by 1 level up, which for pretty much any part of the game, with a solo character, you get so much XP, on top of the fact that you already get faster leveling. It's really, really quick to get extra levels. And it only becomes a problem at level 99 when you just can't get more levels. You still need something. I'll give it 3 more tries. Maybe we'll get in 3 tries, then we'll take it. Double ogres. I feel like this is new. But, ooh, strength, agility, stamina, luck. So really good on the stats. You know what? I'm just gonna take that. Let's say we got good enough for the bonus stats that it's worth losing a bit of HP. And let's see how Astos fares. I would imagine that within the first, 4 turns after the rub, we'll be pretty decisively either ready to go or very not ready to go. Up until the rub, we don't have a lot of information. I think we're ready to go. Even though it was a critical, that's not a lot of criticals to kill Astos. So he's got to survive the rub. It looks like we would be easily able to tank 10 rounds if we had to. So as long as we don't get rubbed or slowed, then at 40 damage a pop, Astus is going down. On some of the other character classes, 40 is going to be like their critical range. Here comes the rub. Can Dan dodge it? Nope. Dan cannot. Good news, you can save anywhere. The bad news is, if you are struggling on this fight, saving anywhere does not help nearly as much as any other boss does. Because NES you can save right outside. It's like a couple of seconds difference. One per level versus 2, yeah, that sounds correct. I was pretty sure it was double once you class changed, which we're not going to class change, so we're going to be missing out on a lot of magic events. That means things like rub and slow here are going to be very, very bad for us. So far, Dan, not having a good time of it. At least those have no RNG components. If you are leveling up, you're going to have a consistent amount of magic defense by level 99. As a hidden stat, it can be somewhat hard to tell what your progress is on those. It is also very hard for Dan to survive that rub. But look like luck. I mean, assuming that instead of hunting treasures, you were punching things. But yeah, I can see it. Our first round rub is new. And it's missing. All right. Oh, there's the slow immediately, though. And there's where Dan suddenly goes down to 0. Not that it's impossible. You would maybe be able to win if you got some criticals, but it's definitely going to hurt. All right. You got to dodge both the slow and the rub. That seems like it's going to be a lot of tries. Thing is, I don't know if levels are going to really make it much better. You get a little bit more damage, kind of inconsequential. You'll get a bit more magic defense, which might help, because if you're just getting different results. The big one is just getting a lot of turns in before the rub and then dodging it. Which Dan is not very good at. And do something more than just failing. Sometimes Dan does fail extra hard. That could be kind of good. decent number of punches in beforehand, but not as good for the death. I think if I don't soft reset, I will have different RNG for these fights. I want to see if that is true here. Be kind of weird if they reset the RNG total on the reload, keeping the game running. Well, it's a little bit slower. It's probably better doing it this way. Kiss the floor. No, Dana's looking for his lost contact lens. It's around here somewhere. Alright, good news is, it does seem like you're getting pretty different RNG values. This would probably be good for the wizard fight as well, to make sure that you're not just getting like the same 4 wizard fight over and over again. It's less good when you actually have like a 2 wizard fight with like a good startup, somewhat reliably. Whereas Astos, we're going to need a very, very big swing in RNG. So we want to see as many different starts as we can. But if Jim fought Astos, it depends on how many Bs Astos had. Also wondering at the decorations Astos has in his room. It's just like a lot of statues. Kind of an eclectic hobby. Ooh, we dodged, but now slow potentially comes really quickly. Got 2 hits in. And Dan does the slow. Okay, well, it's at least a chance, but a slim chance here. Probably with the slow, we're taking so much longer to do damage that you have to be really, really close to win. And the good news is, second slow does not do much. The bad news is dark does hurt more, and Astos move fast. Hurts a decent amount. Alright, not quick enough. We can get like 3 good rounds before the rub goes off. That would be really nice. Matty Ice, thank you much for the good wishes there. We are currently attempting to punch Astos, and it's really, really hard. Alright, good start. Lots of melee here. Our damage rolls are not very good, though. Thank you with those extra turns. We had less damage than like 1 really good punch or 2 decent rounds. This might be a situation where more levels does help, if it is damage output that we need now. Miss round 1. Ooh, 118 is pretty good. Yeah, slow immediately. And at that point, it's pretty much over. I feel like we actually had this battle before. I don't remember that really big gap in between the slower and the pace, but I don't remember getting slowed a second time, so could be slightly new. Same outcome. The flashbacks of the Soul Speed fight, except this is probably faster to retry on. And it's also about 15 hours faster than the Solo Thief got here. Maybe not quite that long. Soleith was getting here like 10, 12 hours in. And then spent a very long time at Astos. Slow effect evasion as well. I don't think so. I believe it is just the number of attacks per round is set to 1. Your accuracy score is about good enough to get a hit 2/3 of the time with 1 hit. Gonna do a Soul Thief? Yep. That is the idea. Someday. Soul Thief, obviously, you'd be getting a lot more levels before going in here. But it would be pretty bad. Biggest thing with Soul Thief is certainly going to have more magic defense than the Black Belt does, so your odds of not getting rubbed and slowed are a bit better. The problem is your damage is going to be so much worse that it's hard to say that it's going to really be keeping up with it. All right, if we can dodge the rub here, we're in actually okay shape. We're not dodge the rub. Oh, I show you Busty Bookers. It's pretty funny for me, too. I'm going to give this a couple more tries, see if we get lucky on it. And then we're going to grind. Be very slow getting a higher chance of avoiding the rubs and slows, but probably a little bit faster to get higher damage output. So my thinking is that the best way to beat Astos is just to do enough damage in the first like 3 rounds that you can kind of cruise to victory at that point, and just hope that you get a good enough start on it that you can get those 3 rounds in. The first round rub is that even if he survives that, you're going to get slowed so fast that you probably don't have any damage output. We pretty much need like 2 or 3 rounds of melee, followed by a rub missing, followed by hopefully another 2 or 3 rounds of melee. And at that point, then you got a chance. All right, 3 tries. Almost so we've seen this one. It ends up with us getting slowed here immediately afterwards. Ooh, maybe not. This is new. This is looking like the setup that we need. And it looks like Astos has been defeated. Well, well, well. Two hours. Most of it not fighting Astos. At this point, I can probably stop caring about the strong HP gains for a while, which is nice. Basically, be able to go until the world opens up a bit. And then we can start thinking about where we want to get our levels from. Peninsula Power. Maybe you can punch zombies. Trolls are going to still be a problem for a while, though. Maybe you can punch giants. We're going to see trolls and bulls likely outside of Crescent Lake. Possibly worth sailing out there for a bit. We do have the 2 bonus attacks. That was kind of silly not getting the 2 bonus attacks before fighting Astos. It would have made the fight so much easier. So, in hindsight, when I was just below 64 accuracy, that is where I should have said, why don't we get 64 accuracy and then do it? Because 50% more attacks is a lot of damage. Are we doing the eye grind? Definitely. The eye is going to be very, very, very good experience per minute. The problem with the eye is that you got to do a bunch of stuff before you're there. So we have to beat Vampire, probably not too bad. We have to beat Lich, probably quite bad. We have to go through Ordeals, okay, and it's a spot where you might want to get a bunch of zombies so that you can try to get some Mega Elixir drops. You get to the Ice Cave. And so, like, that's a lot of stuff before kind of the real grind can start. So I imagine you're going to have to figure out something on the way, especially pre-Lich. Vampire, don't think it's going to be an issue at this point, but Lich is similar to Astos, a spot where you can really, really get stuck for a while. Stats again for this. So our next bonus attack is going to be 10 levels. Level 27. That's a pretty chunky bit of work ahead of us. We're at a point where I don't think the Silver Bracelet actually gets me anything. That might not be totally true, but I feel like that's the case. I want to see get some value for some of the equipment slots in terms of defense. And 15 for the body armor. Maybe enough that the black belt actually wants to take that trade. At least temporarily, if not for a couple levels. Sharks quite punchable. Sharks are the ogres of the sea. They give you way less cash. So one of the nice things about ogres that not only is the experience really good, the money is very good as well for an enemy that is pretty straightforward. Like, they don't do a lot of fancy stuff. It's normally a quite tame amount of damage. So assuming that you do enough damage to them for a fighter and a black belt is pretty easy. Be quite nice. It could be time. Let's see what fabulous reward the toy is going to have for this crystal. Oh, so this is a really big carpet. That's got to be expensive. Some decent news that even though our black belt is particularly slow compared to pretty much every other character class, because we're going to be out-leveling the areas a fair bit, we almost have a decent chance of running away from things. Well, that will never be true for things like the Frosties and the Nightmares. At least some of the stuff that is not worth fighting we can skip over. This is kind of questionable. Tags are really fast. You can tell also because they are going before us in the round. But we are getting outsped very heavily. Means we probably still need to save Scum of the Oceans. There's time for you. We are looking for objects that may be located underneath of beds. Yes. That does include potentially finding magic keys. Now, for the black belt, money is extremely not useful. But we're still going to collect a little bit of here in the early game so that we can start getting high potions picked up at Crescent Lake. Those are going to be a fair bit of money to invest in. But you don't need to buy weapons. You don't need to buy armor for the most part. There's lots and lots of stays at the end and lots of potions. I think the only thing I was surprised at for money in the fighter playthrough was that you don't get a lot of money for fighting the zombies. So even though it gave me a lot of levels, cash-wise, we still had to do a fair bit of eyes just to be able to afford most of the common late game purchases. Things like get the pro rings and the bottle and all of the combat buffs for fighting chaos. So we need the combat buffs for chaos in black belt. Okay, so there is some use for money. There is the TNT. Carry it on to Dwarf Cave next. Grab most of those items as well to sell off. Level, of course, you cannot use the buckler, so not even a consideration of shield slot items. Pro Cape is similarly unavailable to black belt. It's the only character class that cannot use it. Nakarashi, you are, in fact, just in time for some dwarfish explosions. get to it. So we've already gotten those 2 boxes at the start. I just filled a whole bunch of potions for my Marsh Cave trip, which ended up being useful because I ended up grinding Marsh Cave, which was unexpected. But as we totally expected. This dwarf about to have a little accident. These cutscenes are kind of fun. They sprinkle in a few cutscenes that were not in the original. Just for some added kill. They're very short. Sploosh. Of how this dwarf walked into a dark alley and never returned. Guess houses are good for one thing, and that is once we have 999 hit points, getting a full HP recover is going to be a lot of potions. So on the overload, you might want a house just in case. Steady 913, we will have the spooky ghosts later on. Dwarves not nearly as spooky, but they are very punchable. A little bit of money is potentially all we need. I can grab the swords out of Temple of Fiends. Power Staff out of Northwest Castle. We could do mummy grinding if it becomes relevant. I hope it doesn't. Let's see. Can Silver Bracelets actually do anything for the Black Belt? It says yes. But we will see if that's true or not. So getting +8 right now. That feels like it's worth it for a bit. Go ahead and take that for the slot. You have a weird kind of fractional system, which is why I don't totally know when or not items are going to be worth it. But it looks like for now, at least, the Black Belt is going to benefit from it. My name's Schrodinger. Thank you much for resubscribing back for 26 months. Hope you're enjoying our solo Black Belt challenge, and thank you much for the good wishes. Gonna head over to Crescent Lake. That's either the best grind spot or the second best right now. Actually, it could be third best. I don't know if Earth Elemental. Ooh, Earth Elemental might be really good for Black Belt. Earth punches very hard, but only one time. So armor is kind of almost irrelevant as a result. And Earth's got a lot of hit points, but we hit really hard. So if we can kill Earth quickly, that might be the best place to level up at. Black Belts get more options for weapons. Nope, it still sucks. Black Belt actually is better off barehanded pretty much immediately. Which is not true. NES Black Belts want to equip weapons to about level 8 or 9. Get that strong gain there at level 18. Don't know if that's a guaranteed strong gain or not, but we do not want to lose it. We are still being outsped by fish. I kind of remember the boats being difficult to run away from on solo characters until we get at least through the first substantial grind in, like, ordeals. And then after that, coming back from ordeals, you tend to be okay. $199, a bit low. Let's see if we can take on some of the fights here with this. We just get clobbered. Maybe a little bit of both. So Solo Troll definitely doable. I bet Solo Giant's fine. Bigger groups than one, though, may be a bit of a problem for our black belt. Which is another reason why Earth Mental is so good. It's a solo fight, unrunnable, so you never have an ambush to deal with. Just very, very predictable. Looks not a problem. See the relative value of houses versus high potions. High potions to be 150. So we would need 4 high potions, or 3 high potions, I think would be basically a full heal. That's got to be cheaper than a house at this point. So if we are going to do an extended grind, stacking up on these things seems reasonable. Everything else is pretty much not needed here. So I'm going to get rid of you for a little while. $99 of these, or $89, to work up to buy the rest. That's really the only thing I have to buy here. Wherever we go, whether it's Ordeals or Earth Cave, if you're not right by a town, the biggest thing is how much time do you spend restocking healing items versus the time that you actually spend in fights? Because each restock is going to be very, very costly. Mr. Sister 82. Thank you guys for resubscribing back for 37 months. Hope you're enjoying your weekend. Have a great time with the solo black belt here. We have thankfully gotten past Astos. That was pretty big. I don't think we get past that. If I had one shot the troll, maybe we got a chance. But definitely getting up to like 4 monsters is a bit much. I want to see Solo Giant. Double Giant up at Peninsula Power could be doable. For your Zomble Trolls, can at least take some percentage of them. Solo Zomble, yes. Double Zomble, probably. Zomble plus Troll, maybe. Getting past 2 monsters is tough. Peas might be pretty tough. Poison's not a problem, but they have a lot of hit points. We have a lot of fists. I think the Pete fight could be possible here. Yeah, just barely make it back 150. Yeah, these must be Yank eggs, which I don't know if I quite see the resemblance. The ones up in the north, the Gurpieds are Remoras. There'll be no impediment to us. We've got this almost under control with some really, really strategic potion usage. I think that the triple P is kind of pushing what we can realistically do. So good. For XP. For money, not so much. But yeah, 3582 there is a lot. Okay, we're getting a handful of high potions per time around here. So it looks like we can be cash positive. As long as we don't do too many high potions during fights. We can kill some of the enemy groups. You don't really have a good time with the Scorpion Troll fight. Large group of trolls is problematic. But you do 1, 2, maybe 3 peds. So we do double giants. This one is going to be pretty lucrative if we can win these. And this is the smallest giant fight of Peninsula Power. So if you can't do this one, then Peninsula Power is going to have a lot of tough spots. 2 rounds. This one's going to be 2 rounds as well. Alright, double giant, very doable. Triple giant would be a lot tougher. So we would have a 1 in 3 chance of doing giant fights. Probably about a 1 in 4 chance of doing Zombull fights. You might be able to beat Tyros, because it's a solo enemy. That's the Black Belt's best setup. Wyvern's 1 in 64, so I don't really think about that one. Furwolves, almost certainly not. That's maybe a 1 in 5, 1 in 6 at Peninsula Power. You're going to be sacrificing a lot of battles in between fights that you can realistically take. Down here, you're getting probably a third of them, the Cobra Scorpions. But almost everything else is doable. Even if sometimes it's kind of slow. And even later on, the lack of intelligence is going to mean that the Black Belt is a rather poor choice for doing those big groups. So alas, the Sea-Storm Pile of Pain could be too painful for us. The triple Pete fight. We're slightly stronger, but I don't know if that makes much of a difference, considering that we didn't get that much better. Risk it. I think we did with the high potions. We were almost in a range where I could get that second P down, and then it would be a lot easier to potion afterwards. But this should be fine. Maybe? That's actually pretty tight. 64. That could have easily gone badly. The way Poison works in this version is that it's a flat 5% damage from your max HP. And as the Black Belt tends to have very high max HP relative to other characters, that means you're going to take a lot of damage per round when poisoned. It almost makes poison somewhat of a serious thing. Not quite just because the fights tend to be rather quick. But at max HP, you're taking 50 damage per round on top of the other damage, so it's noticeable. For 22 here, we are, I think, probably going to switch over to Earth Elementals pretty soon. I feel like one Earth grind is going to be enough to get to the point where Lich should be attemptable. And the big thing for Lich is just, can we possibly do enough damage that we don't have to worry much about Lich's range of spells? Spells are going to be a big problem. Especially hold. We get paralyzed, that's a big, big thing. Sleep, not really a big deal. You're going to be hit by it almost every time, and it's only 1 round, so Lich is using 1 round to cost you 1 round. But the real cost is that you are advancing his spell count by 1. And so he is 1 spell closer to the much, much more deadly stuff. In terms of raw damage output, Ice 2, Fire 2, Lit 2, we can survive a full course of those. His melee attacks are not that impressive, but our defense is also really bad, so that could be a little bit misleading. Especially having just come from the solo fighter, it's easy to kind of shrug off some of the enemies that, oh, it's just a matter of attrition going, whittling it down, and with Black Belt, you're taking, instead of like 5 damage round, you're taking 50s. It's like, okay, this is probably not going to work nearly as well. Full quantity of potions. Let's go for it. Let's not go for the Pete ambush. Do the Giants. Hollow Giants is a possibility. If you like the giant fight more than you like the Earth Elemental fight, the problem of Hollow Giants is that you have the iguanas who are going to be just soaking up a ton of time because it's an extra round for all battles, slightly slower targeting, and it's a little bit of damage that you're taking on the side that you would probably like to avoid. Double Giant, really not bad for XP. Well, I should check what the Silver Bracelet's doing. We got a couple levels. And before we were like +8 for using the Silver Bracelet. Let's see what it's like now. +6. So it's still worth having. But in the span of like 10 minutes, it has become 25% less worth having. And that's probably going to go faster as we get to a grind spot. Way closer and closer to the out of Belmont. The odds of acquiring unusual diseases goes up immensely. Also, imagine how big those spiders are. Look at the web. It is gigantic. Really good. Tiger drops the X potion. It's a rare drop, so good luck, but I actually got a Tiger drop on the fighter playthrough, which for a solo character, an X potion, which is a full heal, is, well, a full heal. As good as Elixir or Mega Elixir for a character that does not use spells. That does make it very good indeed. Hey, Blind Umpire, welcome in. Just starting our grind here in the Earth Cave. I'm going to be trying out the Earth Elementals, seeing how this feels. It's either Earth or Giants, I think, for what the best grind spot's going to be. I think Peninsula Power is going to be too slow. You got the time to trigger the fights, plus the fact that a lot of fights are going to be not very fun. At least half the battles, right off the bat, are just going to be unwinnable. I can't remember Earth being pretty decent before. We should get our levels very, very fast. Only downside, at least on this floor, you're going to have one extra step every Earth fight. 1536. This is a little bit less than 2 Giants, but it's so much faster. 2 Giants is like 1762. Was kind of rude. Radio pushes up. Typically, we choose the regular potions really fast, but keep in mind that the high potions are 3 times as good, so it's like having another 300 regular potions. Be pretty solid. Okay, well, lucky hit, and you can one-shot an Earth right now. That's very nice. This is with the next bonus attack per round. So at level 26, I was expecting 27. We got our accuracy bump. So it's not quite enough to consistently one-shot them, but that's pretty good. Well, it's either going to be 10 or 11 levels for the next 2 attacks. So that's 36 or 37 we should be on the lookout for. I think at that point you'd be pretty equipped to deal with Lich. This also definitely feels better than the fighter since you were doing more damage, and because of the way the Earth Elemental works with one single big hit, you are probably taking not that much more damage than the fighter does on a single hit. And every time you can kill the Earth 1 round faster than the fighter, that is 1 less hit you're taking. So you're probably doing this more efficiently than the fighter does. Whereas fighter would be better than Black Belt on the double giants. punches are satisfying. Before we get too engrossed in leveling, is there any chance that I need to do more manipulations? Vitality, no. You're going to have enough hit points to be maxing out here pretty fast. Now, Vitality's stat, maybe, because that gives the Black Bolt bonus defense. I think everybody gets bonus defense from your Vitality stat. Just don't know how critical it's going to be. Strength would be nice, although Strength can be pretty easily replaced by Power Gloves. And it'd be tough to get more than like 2 Power Gloves worth of bonus Strength. Agility, like, how much do we care? So Agility's dodging. Luck's a lot of things, but critical hit rate could be influenced by it, I think. Seems like we're going to get decent crits so far. And Black Bolt should get a big critical bonus with their level. They probably don't need it that badly. I'm going to say we shouldn't need to get any more level manipulations from this point on. And if I'm wrong, then it's going to be really bad. Hey, Bank Muscle, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes, and hopefully you have some good punches tonight. My favorite is fist number 5. My least favorite is all these poisonous sticks. You know, let's just reset. Really lose a little bit of earth. This would be kind of nice to go down to the second floor. If you're in the door, you're not going to have the off-tile encounters. And it's probably not even that much extra work to do it down there. You know, let's do that. I know I'm going to do the Black Bolt grind, definitely. We have the potions that we need to beat Vampire after doing this. You're going to be coming out of Earth Cave regardless. Doesn't really make sense doing the grind up here with the stuff that we got. I am sold. Ooh, I should also check. Still rested again. Alright, so now we're getting 5 defense from it. So we dropped down from 8 to 5. Still worth it, but it's getting smaller and smaller very quickly. You got Quad Ogre, it's probably double the XP of this. Is that even close to an fight? It's maybe 75% of one Earth Elemental. So, seems like Ogre is not worth bothering with. Even if you got the maximum, which is 4 Ogres. So still skip it. Bulls are a little bit better. Trolls might be okay. Let's restart one-shotting trolls. Then they get a lot less dangerous. Where else? Just trying to get some more fighting in. You're in the way of our training. These bats are in the way of everything. It is quite remarkable about how in balance these bats are tonight. That's a lucky first strike. First strike, you get a guaranteed run from the enemies. Because that many gargoyles would be a problem for our black belt. There, let's grab the coral sword here. Let's take this. Not the best setup, but at least something. Only a couple of potions worth damage. That was actually a lot of potions worth damage. Maybe not worth fighting trolls. The money is fine, but replacing the potions is a very long hike. Earth. Back to the grind. So I intend to do Earth until I feel like we are kind of done with that grind, then kill Vampire on this trip. Go get the ruby. I think I'm going to go ahead and grab these chests, because why not? Probably why not? Another shield. This sucks. But no, the gold's not bad. That's at least worth coming in here for. What if I actually have a safe spot here? It's not actually next to the door. One off. So you might get an encounter on the bottom one. We'll see. I mean, if you're getting an encounter like every 20 steps. That is a fair number of Earths in between battles. At least on average. It's up to nearly 600. So certainly by the time we get our next 2 attacks, our health should probably be getting close to 700. There's not really that much more room for HP gains. That's assuming that you really, really badly at strong HP gains. This is going pretty well. We're faster than Earth. We're strong enough to punch the Earth in one hit. Most of the time. And so that we're really, really efficient. still getting any benefit out. We were gonna still get a benefit out of that silver bracelet. It was at 5 defense the last time I checked. Or it's just down to about 3 defense right now. Only once it is actually 0 or 1 do we care. Bracelets only have 1 penalty to your evasion score, which is very, very tiny. They're not getting nearly the downside as if you had something like the leather armor on, which, even it, it's very modest 3 is still a bit noticeable. Well, 35 picked up. 120 accuracy, so we got it at 35. This is continue to be 1 level faster than I think for the bonus attacks. All right, well, there's 10 attacks. There's still +5 on this bracelet. I think that there is nothing standing between us and a vampire now that we have 10 hits. Which is kind of ridiculous for this point in the game. For context, 35 is pretty close to where I would end the game at on a speedrun. You need to have into like the mid-30s to get the heal 3 spell on a white mage. Which that's one of your best options for staying alive during chaos. Is just spam heal 3s every round. So typically when you're doing the grind, you're ending somewhere in that vicinity so that you can get heal through and go past on rack. And you're not really trying to get a lot of levels at that point. You're just incidentally happening to have things every time you get an unrunnable fight. So you get like a little bit more, but it's like maybe high 30s for the end of the game. But that's with 4 characters. And things get a lot different with 1 character, especially 1 character that has no healing. That's what it might seem like level 35. You wouldn't be that bad off at going quickly, no. It's going to be that bad for a while. Maybe not bad at Vampire, but probably still pretty tough at Lich. All these solo versus big groups of paralyzing monsters, they are very scary. Nice value, though, of +20 magic defense compared to what we had before. Probably the biggest learning so far is, 1, make sure that you get the strong HP gains early out of the way. Even if it makes it kind of a lot more tedious getting to Garland, it's really helpful having the +25s as early as possible. Now the second thing is, keep a very close eye on the bonus attacks per round for things like Wizards and Astos. Whenever you have a very, very difficult fight, just grinding up to the next attack per round can make a big difference. It also feels like the Wizards have not changed in the slightest for the damage output, which is not quite true. I think they were doing average of like 70 before, now it's down to 40. But the numbers are still very big. Vampire is weak to fire and fist. That is true. Lots of things are weak to fists. It is the rarely talked about 9th element of Final Fantasy. is the soon-to-be very rare vampire. I would say that vampire is now well done. Because these wizards don't cast any spells besides Fist. I mean, it works for us. I'm glad at least they're giving it a go. 35 here. We are pretty far away from the next level up. Unless we take a whole lot of unrunnable fights. I think likely we're going to be not really getting much advancement between here and the Lich. Some of the big questions are, do I want to restock potions? Or just go with high potions? I mean, we used all of our potions, but none of our high potions. So we are less than a quarter of the way through our healing right now. So we could go for a while with what we got for resources. Well, we can't go down the hallway for 2 seconds without dying. Being able to save everywhere does make that a lot less painful. Okay, this one's also pretty far off the door, so you are not going to be able to avoid random encounters here. On this floor, they'd be worse than the ones on the second floor. Now we're running from images. You can be level 70 and images are still really fast. Other than Thief, a lot of character classes are just gonna never be that good at running. Certainly there's slow enemies. You do a lot of first strikes. But you'll have many, many encounters that you are twice level up and they're just running away, but you're not able to escape. Are these any good in the GBA version? Nope, they are still terrible. Thieves have been buffed to have vastly higher accuracy, which means they can get 2 attacks per round at level 1 with a rapier. So for like 2 or 3 minutes, it seems like the Thief is going to be not bad. And then those 3 minutes are passed, and you realize, no, you just cannot fix the Thief. And he's escaping in this version. Everybody can escape, well, differently, because with running works, it's an opposed agility check between you and the enemies. Some of them, like these big lumbering ogres, which the Black Belt still can't run away from, are very slow. So you're going to be going early in the rounds before them. You're going to have a pretty good chance of running from them. But some, like, for whatever reason, the images here, or the nightmares, or the frost dragons, have such high agility scores that even a super high level character is still not able to outspeed them. We're done. Thank you guys for resubscribing back for 13 months. Definitely hope you're enjoying the fun Final Fantasy Challenge runs here. Our solo Black Belt. Day 1, this one is probably going to go 2 days, unlike Fighter. But it probably isn't going to take the full 2 days, so I'll figure out what our second half of tomorrow is going to be like. I think basically what it's going to be is that Black Belt just starts out so much slower. Like, we spent 20 extra minutes on Bicky, you know, we're spending 40 extra minutes on Astos. Like, these just kind of compound a bit. But there will come a time when the Black Belt just gets really, really good, and then at that point you're the same speed as the fighter, because the fighter never slows down. So it's not like you can, you know, take some shortcut that's going to speed you up at the end, but you're going to stop losing time relative to the fighter after a certain point. And I think by then, you're maybe like 90 minutes to 2 hours back. So I wouldn't be shocked if this was like a 7-hour playthrough. I think that nobody is shocked. This Titan forgot to wear pants. How embarrassing. Swords are good. That's why defense is good. Defense is the big thing that the fighter really benefits from in the early game compared to the Black Belt. Black Belt offense is actually pretty nice. We were doing a fair bit more than the fighter did on enemies like Garland and Astos and the wizards. I think the fighter was lucky to 2-round a wizard, and it was more like 3 rounds, but fighter's taking half the damage, so they could just survive in the battles for much longer. Now, we're taking Sarda's Rod. He probably wasn't using it. Maybe we're going to take a Lich. We'll see how we do versus Lich. I'm a little bit worried that we get down there, find out that there is some horrendous issue with the Lich fight, like Dan gets paralyzed every single time. But assuming that doesn't happen, we'll get a good read on Lich's damage numbers. I can grind on Urs in the dungeon. It's kind of a fairly big walk backwards to that. Maybe put a safety save right outside of 3rd floor going past it. We're taking preemptive level. How much would I need for the next accuracy buff? Probably a full 10 levels from now. Almost gets around like 750 hit points by that point. That'll be really good. How are we not running from ogres? This is embarrassing. Alright, this is a sign that Dan is maybe needing some more levels. I'd say Dan has a lot more broken than just his legs. Those are merely one part of the problem. Like, even a fighter who's not a super fast character is running from these ogres like level 15 every time. Now, luckily, one major change is that anything that's an ambush gets flipped around to preemptive. So you have a 90% chance of preemptiving the shadows or the mages in the ice cave. Makes those fights kind of trivial. You will very, very rarely have to actually battle them. Yeah, you can tell it's not a luck thing, it's just straight up speed issue because he's also going pretty late in the rounds. Whereas if you had enough speed to easily outspeed them, you'd likely be going first almost every time. Well, I guess that is good information. We're gonna class change? Nope. All 6 character classes are being done with no class change. It is actually a negative not class changing with Black Bolt. On NES, class change makes you weak, so Black Bolt, no class change is kind of trivial. On this version, you are taking some stat penalties for not class changing. In particular, you're getting way less magic defense, which is kind of a big deal for all of the non-elemental attacks, like Slow 2 and similar things that you deal with in the second half of the game. Nuclear, Swirl, Tornado, those are all going to be doing more damage because we are going to be much worse at resisting them. Be so glad to be done with this Earth Cave. It's not as bad as the Mars Cave in many ways. The Mars Cave has like every single fight is horrible, and there's like the few rare exceptions. Whereas Earth Cave, the big problem is just like the encounter rate is super high. So you're taking 5 steps and you get another battle. And also most of the fights are bad. We're gonna go down to the Earths. Get our grind probably up to 46. Yeah, 46 would be pretty safely the next 2 attacks. At that point, you're gonna be just hopefully demolishing Lich, not even close. But I think you gotta grind at some point. And this is not the worst point. The next big grind option is going to be Zombie Ds, trying to get the Mega Elixir drops. Those might be worthwhile just because, I mean, Mega Elixir is Mega Elixir. Anytime you get a full recovery, that is going to be essentially 3 extra rounds that you can tank during the Chaos fight. So a certain number of those is required. We don't know the exact number it's going to be, but I would like to probably have 7 or 8 between Mega Elixir, Elixir, and X Potion. And in the game, naturally, you get, I think, 2. I think it's 3. You get the one on the temple phase as well. But it's not a huge number. Recently got a level up. We'll see how long it takes to get this level up. It shouldn't be that long. We're killing the enemy before they go pretty much every time. We're one-shotting them every time. Kind of optimal for XP per minute here. No, well, it's not as good as the eye fight's gotta be. It's like half an eye worth of experience. That's like maybe a little bit more than a minute per level up. That seems like it's going to be fine to do, I guess, 8 more levels here. Drunk all of the regular potions. Now the good stuff. the higher quality potions taste better or worse than the regular potions? I feel like they should taste better. There's a little. A little bit less than a minute for that one. I wouldn't want to go up to the 99 here. It's certainly easy enough to go up to like 46. 12 attacks per round. Base damage is, looks like around 50 to 60. Making sure that Lich is not going to knock us down to like one hit or one damage. Then we hit 12 times per round. If you're hitting 12 times for one, it is not very impressive. And it's 39 now. We're at 141 accuracy. We're looking for a 160. At least 6 levels, maybe 7. Get past Lich. We can definitely get through ordeals. We can get to the eye grind. We should be in very good shape. Look at remedies, which is the drop from the Earth Mental. Remedy is an all-around recovery item that is kind of silly just because status ailment recovery tends to not be all that impressive in this game later on. It's going to hit a point where you stop getting status ailments between having ribbons on and high magic defense, like dark and poison and all that are like not really all that impressive. But I feel like it's kind of a trend, a lot of the localizations of this year, that they didn't think that the US audience could handle having actual status elements and recovery items, so like they just gave you the all-around item very easily. Like Final Fantasy 4. The Japanese version has all of these separate items, like eye drops and antidotes and things. And it's really, really expensive in the Japanese version of Final Fantasy 4 to buy the all-around remedy. But in the localized version, remedy is really cheap and available quite easily at the beginning of the game, so you never get anything else for the most part. And you never actually get any status ailments, so it doesn't matter. Like, kind of just take out that entire aspect of the game. Kind of like they took out the usable combat items. Which, to be fair, most of the items were not particularly impressive. I think that they were either never intended to be used past like the early game, or through some amount of game balance changes, it became that the items were never all that helpful in the enemies. Though very few exceptions of things like the spider silk to slow enemies down. But as a result, like, you don't really miss having them. All right, 42, so we're at 150 accuracy, 10 more of that to go. Yeah, doing double spider silk on bosses is very effective because they're not immune to it. So having anything that can dramatically impact the boss that happens with a high frequency is going to be really overpowered. It's kind of like the Dragon Warrior games where 99% of the time the boss is going to be immune to everything, but if there's something that they're not immune to, it almost instantly kills the fight. Whether that is like attack down, or defense down, or sleep, stop magic, like one status symbol that gets landed and it's like, alright, it's over. That said, I do like how Dragon Quest games have a lot more interesting things to do with status symbols. Like, even in regular battles, using status effects can be beneficial for finishing the fight faster or safer. And so you have to actually know, like, all the enemies, all the status elements that they're susceptible to, what the odds are, whether it's like a low chance or a high chance, how much effectiveness it is, like, at different levels. There's a fair bit more depth that goes into the combat design as a result. Where's this game? It's pretty much just use the fist command. And never, ever stop. Level 44. I was guessing 46 for the breakpoint. We'll check at 45 because I've been off by one every single time. I think instead of 3 accuracy, you actually get like 3 1/3 or something. I saw the airdrop. There we go, level up. We did not. There we go. 45, it is 160, so yes, we have 2 more attacks per round now. Hopefully a little bit better chance of running from things. Slightly more aggressive on the length of these walks. At level 45, Dan is still unable to run from ogres, who are basically the slowest enemy in the game. This is kind of sad. All right, new plan. We are just going to keep saves coming across the floors. It seems like level 45, not enough in the Earth Cave to run from things. This part from the question from Dan. Dan is usually at least decently good at being cowardly. I feel like that is one of the few things that he excels at. We found a knife. That is really useless. Most enemies do not give you good stuff. It's like a 1% drop rate for almost everything. And probably 90% of it is useless. But the times that it's good, it's really, really good. Mega Elixir from Zombie D. Emergency Exit from Purple Worm can be nice to get out of Temple of Fiends. Werewolf drops Ice Shields, and that's possible to get really early because you get those up at Peninsula Power. Although I would be very hesitant to fight werewolves at early stages of the game. All of those undead fights, not worth it. Wizards here are now quite easily pummelable. Let's check again for our silver bracelet, whether that is even doing any defense. Good chance it's down to 0. Down to 2. Very tiny gain still. The way that Black Belt defense works in this version is pretty significantly overhauled. Each of your slots has a percentage of your innate armor bonus. So if you put something in that slot, you lose that percentage, but you don't lose the whole thing. And so as a result, like body armor, where you can get decently high numbers, especially once you get the Opal bracelet picked up, that's going to be likely good for a very long time. Might be worth using, but eventually falls off. Things like a ribbon, you're going to use for the elemental protection, even though it's going to completely hose your head slot. It's not going to be all of your magic or all of your physical defense gone. So you can kind of pick and choose a bit for what is worth putting on. Definitely makes the Black Belt a lot better, but also kind of doesn't really go with the spirit of the character for having to make a big sacrifice for getting the bonus. High levels, the bonus is very, very good. One day we'll get there. I think we have spent longer walking across this floor than it took to get all of those level ups combined. But now we've done it. We'll use the rod, or just punch the plate. I'm not quite certain what happened there. Soon we're going to be punching Lich. If this is not enough levels to win, I'd be kind of shocked. I think we should be very heavy favorites in the Lich fight. And there are things that can go wrong. You can get paralyzed from Lich's melee attack. There's a hold spell as well that can paralyze you. Those are both really bad. Sleep, probably not that big of a deal. The Ice 2, Lit 2, Fire 2 are all kind of free. At this much HP, you're talking about like a very small percentage of your overall health for Lich's damage output. But stun is still very big. That's a lot of damage. It's been a while since I've actually punched things. Seeing these numbers is kind of wild. We're going to enjoy our first of the 4 fiends. For now, Lich speaks to Dan. Dan got paralyzed in round 1. Dan is now paralyzed and asleep at the same time. Dan's got this. He does hold at least. That's something. Nope, he's paralyzed again. And that's the way the Dan crumbled. All right, let's try that again. If we can make it through one attack without being paralyzed, I think we got a chance. There's one attack. Two attacks. There's Lich. Fiend number 1 going down. Right on cue. I don't even know where those other backlinks came from. We don't know who they are. But I think we know. The Dan is about to undergo some type of ordeal here soon. And that means there's going to be a lot more punching. Should be able to one-shot zombies. Make that fight go very nicely. We are mainly going to be looking for Mega Elixir drops up there. But before that, there's a bit of travel. Ooh, pick the tigers. They run away. Tiger can drop X potions. Which X potion, elixir, Mega Elixir, all equally good for us. And something that does not have any magic, we don't care about MP recovery. We just want as much HP as we can get. And no X potion. Is there anything else that Dan would need to go and buy? Might restock my regular potions just to have 99 of those. It's worth an extra 25 or I guess 33 high potions. Probably buy some more antidotes. We've been using a fairly large number. Normally a solo character pretty much never gets poisoned because, well, it's only one character, so you can only have one poisoned person per fight. But then also you're skipping most battles that aren't worth grinding. So very rarely you actually in a battle where poison is possible. some reason, Crescent Lake does not sell all the potion types. That's out of there. Oh, that's out of there. I could keep the remedies and we get darked or something. That would be helpful to have. Get those maxed out. I should probably just max out the antidotes. Never worry about those again. And then none of this is relevant because you can't cast spells, so Echo Grass is useless. You get petrified, you're dead, so Gold Needles are useless. I think at this point, saving with Tent's not really all that helpful. Cottages, maybe. You could take the full HP recover. Cottage is going to be now worth almost 6 high potions, so that would be 900 gold equivalent. Call that one a victory. Go call up these old men. It has been a while since we've been at Crescent Lake. The peds are now slightly easier. I'm shocked peds are not running away. These run away level 15 on the NES version, which you gotta do some stretching with the way the level system works, but you would think at like level 45 that they would never stick around. Okay, they do run away a lot. Good news, halfway done with our levels. 1/4 of the way done with our fiends. And probably. If you wanted to do this in a single sitting, looking at somewhere around 7.5 to 8 hours. So on the low end of what I was estimating for the fighter playthrough. And I was expecting Black Belt to be noticeably longer than fighter. Means the trend is continuing that GBA is faster than estimated. For now. But I expect that to really change with the remaining character classes. Even Red Mage is probably going to be quite a challenging stretch for a long time. Red Mage will have the benefit of getting access to Fire 2 and Let 2, so you're going to be able to mow down decent-sized group enemies. If you can manipulate a bunch of intelligence points and hit points, I think you can have a fairly smooth early game. But I feel like Red Mage is going to really struggle late game, whereas Fighter and Black Belt have an easy stroll from this point on. At least it is chaos. Not that easy at chaos in level 99. Buy more high potions. That's those maxed out. We're going to drop by the old men and acquire a canoe. Now we're going to experience an ordeal. Unlike any before. For this one will involve a lot of fists. And probably there'll be a few pillars to touch. don't know what my goal should be for ordeals. Thinking 3 Mega Elixirs would be pretty good. If I can get 3 from other parts of the game, and then 2 or 3 from the 15 puzzle. That feels like it should be enough. We're doing a Mega Elixir or Elixir X potion every 3 rounds. You last 24 rounds, but then you're using 8 of those rounds for potioning. So really 16 rounds. That'll give you enough time to do a couple of defense swords for evasion. A couple of power glows for damage output. And if that's fast enough to get to 2,000 damage, then you've got 10 rounds to kill Chaos. You can do more damage. You're talking about 4,000, then it's even easier. And I bet we could probably do that if we got a haste item from 15 puzzle as well. Just trying to math out how many Mega Elixirs is reasonable practical. We can also do more 15 puzzle at the end and get the items that way. Elixirs are part of the second place prize pool, I believe. So the same prize pool that has the fast item should have regular elixirs. Mega Elixirs are from first place. Now those are kind of tough to get after a while, but you should be able to grab it. Minimum 2 or 3. I knew we should not let that old man look at our crown. He's run away with it. Well, let's go after him. Who kissed that thief? Easy way to remember the walking path is that it's always the bottommost pillar to touch. And that pretty much all of the fights are not worth fighting. Zumble's the one exception. Zumble should be good. Gargoyles, probably not. They're a lot less dangerous since they start with Fire 1 instead of Fire 2. But if they are fast as the regular gargoyles, then running is a bit of luck. There we go. I'll take the Zombles. Oh yeah, we're taking on Zombles one shot pretty easily. Not even close. Not that much farther to our zombies. I will not get the heal staff. I picked it up in the fighter playthrough thinking, oh, maybe I need to heal Scum at some point, but no. With all the high potions that you have, it is never really a thing. Can't grab the gold bracelet, though. That's going to be worth a few points of defense here still. Our silver bracelet was down to 2 last time we checked. But 2 is more than 0. And that is more than 2. Up to 9 defense again. That's lasting a good while. Then Opal Bracelet probably lasts pretty much to level 99. You might even never outgrow it. It is going to be 10 points of defense better than this gold bracelet. Damn cats. They might be damn cats. Well, they will definitely not be easy to run from. So far, our goals have been fine. Let's see if that continues to be true. Nope. I figured with how late we were going in the rounds, not the very end, but past halfway through, that we're probably not that fast compared to them. We'll do something a little better. There's our Zeus Goblin. That's going to be really a lot better if we ever have to do a big group of enemies. There's going to be our tail, which I don't think Dan is going to need. But this is nice. That's the primary reason for going here, besides the fact that you are going to get the zombie grind. There are other sources of zombies. You can go to Temple of Fiends, either upstairs. We got a Mega Elixir first try. One down. Well, oh well. That's pretty nice. Now, last time, it was ridiculous getting 3 Mega Elixirs in like 10 fights. And then no Mega Elixirs for like 25, 30 more battles. But I would at least take the 3 and 10. Take care of it. You do not get paralyzed. Because that's pretty bad when it happens. Like the other Nicholas, you don't really care about what the drops are. Oh, look. Realistically, at this point, whether you get a strong HP gain is almost irrelevant. You would be 15 levels of just weak gains away from maxing out your HP. So strong gains only provide a very minimal benefit at this point. My high potions in the corner. I'm probably not using regular potions again. At 99, it's a lot of regular potions to fill you up. Even high potions will start to be a lot. But no Mega Elixir drops in that very lucky first one. Still at 1 Mega Elixir. And it definitely feels like you're getting paralyzed a lot more than Fighter was. That's probably that difference in magic defense. And this is why not class changing the black belt is a pretty big hit in this version. 1 point of magic defense is not much. But when you're talking about over the course of 99 levels, losing 1 point on every single level up, that becomes a very, very substantial overall deficiency Black Belt has to deal with. So anything with really nasty spells is a much bigger threat. And magic defense is also used for things like pet attacks. So anything that has stun touch, stone touch, death touch, those are also significantly more dangerous Black Belt. So at 177 accuracy, so we are going to get our next breakpoint at 192. The last one is 224. You would be unable to get a breakpoint after that because you would need 256, but the cap is 255. And that is a hard cap on your accuracy score. You cannot go past it. Means after a while, your Black Belt is still very powerful. You are going to not get all the big bonuses from attacks around, and that's true for other character classes as well. It'll be especially apparent with the Thief, because they start off with such a big accuracy score, and they get accuracy very fast. They're also going to cap out very fast. So it gives them a big early game boost. Late game, the Thief is just going to kind of stall out really hard. Nice if Dan puts the one that was not already attacking. Because he picks the wrong one every single time. Different right, because that one we did not get paralyzed on. So say, is that the exact same setup we had last time? But it was slightly better. Level 52. Having gotten a couple more tries to make elixirs, we are still at 1. Luckily, Black Belt does not care about money. It means it does not matter whether you grind here, which Zombie Ds are okay for cash, but not as amazing as the IS. Or if you pick some other spot where money might be easier to get. For mages, that's going to be less true. Mages have very, very expensive spells to buy. And you'll always have nearly unlimited amounts of cash in the late game. But mid-game mages have a much bigger cash crunch. They get their expensive 8th tier spells if they're going to go after those. almost maxed out on HP. 992. Very close. Next one guaranteed he's got enough vitality points that it will hit it even with a weak level up. I think he's doing like 11 on weak level ups at this point. At that point, the HP gain that we spent a while cultivating early in the playthrough starts to get diminished. Because now everybody else is going to catch up having nearly max HP. Fighter probably would be there in 10, 15 levels. Mages are going to take a lot longer. They almost certainly get there without a lot of assistance. So I imagine we need to do the pirate fights. We're going to be doing assistance. There is our second Mega Elixir. And we get number 3. I think we'll probably have Zombies done before too long here, which is going to be somewhere around level 60. The eye should zip us up from like 60 to 90. And I'm going to guess that just walking through the rest of the game, you go from 90 to 99 without too much of a difficulty. I probably don't have to grind eyes past 90. Nice thing about our pal the eye is that unlike these zombies, really nothing bad in that fight. The eye no longer does all of the really dangerous instant kill moves at the start of the spell and skill list. Instead, it's at the very end. So the worst that happens, you get lit tube, which is going to be maybe 50 damage at this point. Physics attack is silly. Side battles are probably more dangerous than the eye is. Because they've taken one of the most feared enemies, the thing that made the ice cave just that much tougher. Like, already you have the wizards, all the horrible undead fights, the long, long walk around twice. But then you had this super nasty boss. Not a lot of hit points, but very, very dangerous moves. And they made it so that the dungeon's actually quite easy. We got 14 hits. So we should be level 60 pretty soon then. Will we be Mega Elixir number 3? Will we be even ceramic? All of these things are possible. I think we hit the bonus attack at 56, so we should be getting 65 or 66 for the last 2 hits. But again, we'll be maxed out on accuracy, technically. The last 31 points do not give us any additional bonus. I think in battle it helps for hitting the enemies, but it does not help for bonus attacks. And 58. Gonna get the zombies to level 60. We'll see if we get the Mega Elixir drop by then. It's not that many fights. We got Mega Elixir number 3. We're good here. Zombies done. And with that, Our ordeal is over. We can always get more Mega Elixirs if we think we need them from here, or you can get them from 15 Puzzle. Those are both pretty solid options. We want to get out of here and start thinking about what day number 2 is going to look like. This one I'll be doing a little bit short because I think it is going to be probably around 8 hours for the playthrough. I want to try and split it in the middle. It could be faster because we don't have to do as much leveling for day number 2, but you do have potentially 15 puzzle stuff for a while. That could end up being a slow process. All right, big guys. I see you there. We're just gonna have a little staring contest and see who wins. Winner Dan. I need high potion. I want to go over to Crystal Lake. Yeah, 3 Mega Elixirs is pretty big. That was decently fast. I think Plater was fast as well for 3 Mega Elixirs. It really didn't feel like we had to do much work on those. Other times, that number of Mega Elixirs has taken, like, easily more than an hour. So having that entire section done in 30 minutes is really, really fast. About 30 minutes for the ice cave, maybe 45 with getting levels. $20 of cleaning up stuff in the middle. Post airship, going around a bunch of locations. You got Gurgir Volcano, you got Sea Shrine. So really not that much more time before you're into Temple of Fiends. And depending on how Chaos goes, that could be slow or could be fast. So yeah, I think this is probably a good split point for saying this is likely around the halfway mark. Now we'll go ahead. Well, is our timer here? 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 41 seconds for part number 1.